Dogface McDodgerson says I seem to have misplaced my head. Cheer 100.
End of line.
Dogface, thank you for the 100 bits there. All right. Today we are continuing the IBM PS2 saga, and trying to get this stupid thing to work. So,
end of line.
Unfortunately, my fingers only have like 2 bendable parts, so I can't represent it like that. But I can do it as that one. Thank you for the 47 months there, Spooky. Yeah, so here's where we left off yesterday. We got all the software running on the machine for the scanner, which is functional and incredible, but it apparently needs Windows 2. Because it just... both programs would crash when trying to run on Windows 3. So we're going to install Windows 2, I guess, today. Now, I don't really want to clobber Windows 3 because I think Windows 3 is going to be the more usable one in the long run. So we're going to see if we can dual boot Windows. It's just a shell on top of DOS. So it's not really a full operating system. But we're going to see if we can have them both set up on the machine at once today and see if that will work. Because, yeah, this is going to be a thing. Why install such a modern OS anyway? Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to see how that goes. All right, I need to really quick
Dogface
this so I can read chat over there. All right. So,
a total of 142
didn't it specifically say no. It said it in. Dogface, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That does remind me, though, I missed one yesterday, and I want to thank Inachu for the gifted sub that happened like right at the end of stream yesterday, and I did not notice it. So thank you for that if you're here.
And says mine has a broken floppy drive.
Just catching up. Windows set 2 might choke on DOS 7.
End of line.
Yeah. We're gonna try adapter today. Yeah. it's gonna be fun. Overway, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 7 months. I appreciate that. All right. Okay, let's give this a shot. Never seen Windows 2 in an actual computer, so I'm kind of stoked to see it in action. Me either. So here we go. Okay. I am not going to like actually properly record this because I have no idea if this is even going to work or if like was being suggested, we might actually have to regress the version of DOS that we're using, which will be so much fun. So, we're going to go with that. And we're going to go with, you know what? We're going to go with this at first here. Okay. So, I am going to actually do a little bit of recording, but I can just do it all with the B cam because I'm going to voice over this. So we're going to shut this thing off first. All right. Because what I have here, and let me put this off to the side. I have a GoTech with the Windows 2.1 floppies on it and one of them adapter doodads, and we're going to try the adapter doodad in slot B, which means we're going to have to use everybody's favorite IBM setup disk to add drive B to the stupid motherboard config. So let's get the case open and see if this will work, because I don't know. So, okay. So let's do a little bit of recording here, because I think I want to shout out the ZZXIO people for their products, because they have been a real lifesaver in this so far. Oh, there's no key in there. Thanks, IBM, for just being the best. Okay. So let's pop this in here. Boop. And then, yep, that's there. Oh, I forgot I was going to do recording. FreeDOS would boot just fine. I know, because we did it earlier, because I initially had FreeDOS on the memory card that we have in there, and then I killed it so we can install PC-DOS 7. Alright. So, quick little show of the adapter. Plugging it in, but not looking like an idiot. And then one GoTech that just, yep. In fairness, they do actually sell a faceplate adapter for the GoTech. I don't want one because I don't want to run the GoTech in here long term. So, yeah. But in the short term, hopefully this works. Boom. Okay. Now get you guys capture going. And we'll see how this goes. I was about to try and do touchscreen on my big laptop because everything's touchscreen now and that one is not. Okay. Let's do this. Are you using compact flash HDD adapter? Can you just swap cards? I can, yes. I don't have that many cards and I don't want to dedicate every single one of my compact flash cards to this machine. So whatever setup ends up working as the one that's going to be the one that works with the scanner, that's why did it not boot the floppy? Whatever setup works with the scanner, that's going to be the one that we use. What does R16 mean? I don't know. I don't like it. Stupid computers. Well, there's no MCA version of that card, Jorma, and yes, I made one of the big videos about that card. Why? What is this? Why does it keep failing to boot the setup disk? Come on. Beep, beep, yada, yada. Okay. Boot drive A. Booting A. It's not even trying to boot A. Oh, I bet I know what's happening. Wait a minute. Does one of these need the twist and the other does not? Is that what it is? Or do I have it plugged in backwards? I don't even know now. Twist is on the riser. That's what I thought. Hold on, let me double check this. Okay. So, pluggy plug. And then no twist, which is how they show it being used as well. You know, there's a slight chance I had the cable upside down. That might be on me. I don't know why I would have taken out the other drive, but whatever. Beep, beep. Okay. Digital Ice Age, I don't want to be seeing smoke on the ribbon and fire in the power supply. This is one of them evil monster. Yeah, it's a non-system disk, obviously. It's one of them evil power over cable kind of situations. IBM PS2 Model 70 setup.
Dogface McDodgerson says, I feel like all of this can be
Yo,
solved by alleviating your crutch of needing a UI Tier 100.
End of line.
Well, I mean, literally the software that I need to run will only run on a GUI. So, there is a DOS version of the software. However, it sucks. Okay, I want to make sure that it can boot it without the other drive installed. I don't understand what's going on here. Okay, well now it just hates this disk. What? If we killed that drive because I plugged the thing in upside down or something, I'm gonna scream. I'm fine having lost the stupid IBM setup disk. We can just go through the rigmarole of recreating it if need be. The drive is just not allowed to die. I actually don't know if we can view it here. Yeah, okay, let's try a different disk. Yeah, so far, Ben, not looking so hot. Let's see, disk, file, how do I view, how do I refresh? Tree, options, window, there we go, refresh. And it's just F5 too, okay. Okay, we killed the setup disk.
Jason 5 the Force 2 says Tier 100 target sauce. Stupid.
I mean, that's... The drive
End
works.
of line.
Yay. Jason, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. But why didn't the GoTech work? Actually, the GoTech may have worked in the last setup, and then the disc was dead. So maybe whatever that R16 thing. DJ Kangaroo, don't question the ways of the IBM. That way leads to madness. All right. How do I recover the config? Do I just that's every PS2 Ubadistas. So clearly I'm gonna have to go write a new system disk, reference disk, whatever. Will a blank one be able to recreate the option image and recopy the option floppies? So I'm basically reconfiguring the computer from scratch now. Yeah, this is the neat part. Sanity, I knew that this was a PS2 and that I was playing with fire. And that's why I continuously said it still sucks and I hate it. Because it still sucks and I still hate it. All right. Let's go over to the workstation. Ugh. Enjoy the searing bright light of whatever that is. Oh. Okay. Pay no attention to that. What are we doing? IBM reference disk. Ardent tools. There we go. Laptop with a floppy drive? No, I'm much better off with a GoTech. I could just go plug a GoTech into the other floppy drive. It makes a lot more sense to have a dedicated setup machine for all of this. Okay, we need some kind of reference disk, IBM systems, personal 2, model 70, type 1 planar. This is not where the floppies are. Software drivers. Reference option disks. Perfect. Okay. Model 70. Okay. Reference disk. Version some blah blah. I already had it downloaded. It just wasn't called anything I would have recognized. RF. Doohickey majigger. Okay. I don't think there is any reason for me to not just overwrite this disk, so let's just do this. Burn the disk. Yeah. Okay, GW, write, drive A, format, IBM 1440, RF, all right. Yeah, but I already got all the reference, I already got all the discs over there. So, might as well just do it the fun way. Additionally, this doesn't really read floppies like that, so it's tremendously easy to copy files to and from the disk over a grease weasel. The day 86 box supports accessing floppy disks through a grease weasel is the day that the Utopia image here. Because that will be awesome to just fire that up when I want to copy files over. That'll be so nice. Copy all the option floppies you have to it, make an image backup. I mean, yeah, sure, yada yada. That sounds like one of them smart things, I guess. Man, I would dig a Panasonic Toughbook, but I probably want a more modern one that wouldn't have floppy. Just go to the Grease Weasel GitHub repo and then search for, or look down where you can buy them. I cannot remember the name of the supplier. It's something Bear that I bought mine from. They're great. So, highly recommended from them. Okay, let's see. I think that's it. All right. Take 8,340,926,000. Oh, yeah. RT4K. Dude, so nice. So nice having the ability to control all of that remotely. It's ridiculous. Okay. Because I'm stupid, I'm plugging the GoTech back in. If I'm going to set it up, I'm going to set it all up. Here we go. There we go. A non-murdered floppy disk. Ugh. Okay, so we need to install the MC IDE stuff and the 3119 stuff. Hellencroft, I know you're looking at the card, and you saw something about it having ADCs on board. Do you think it is actually sending raw CCD voltage to the card over that cable? Because that is hilarious if so. Configuration error, because be sure all devices attached to the computer are turned on. Sure. If not, turn all devices. If you've changed configuration, for example, add or remove a thingamajig, F8, sure. Something automatically configure system, yeah. Yes, raw CCD voltage goes to the card. That's incredible. That's so cool. I can't, Sanity, it's not possible. What do you mean, no? Description file for adapter in slot 1 was not found. Insert the disk with the correct file and press enter. Okay, which one's slot 1? I do not know. It would be cool if they were labeled, but they don't seem to be. I'm gonna guess slot 1 is on the left. Which will be the MCIDE. Enter. Description file for the adapter in slot 3 was not found. Yeah, I know it's going to ask for these. I don't find this problem to be, like, that big of a pain. Once I, like, have the stuff. Sure that the reference diskette is inserted. Sure, yeah. They're labeled under the thumb screws. That's super convenient. Oh, definitely awesome design. So I got to turn it off, flip it around so I can read the numbers. It looked like I got it right anyway. Conveniently. I am going to have to go re-enable the MCID e-card, I suspect. Yeah, Lady Ironborn, I've had like 5 people tell me that now.
Dogface McDodgerson says, ha! I win. I'm pretty sure I just heard you say you actually like networking and found it useful and are happy with the convince that networking brings to your life. Also, now you have to thank me, cheer 420.
End of line.
Thank you for the $4.2 worth of bits there, Dogface. I appreciate that. I don't really care. I literally have a video about setting up 10 gigabit networking in my house. I do what I have to make things work. And if there were a way that wasn't like Bluetooth personal area networking to be able to remotely control all of my stuff through my phone, I would probably use that instead.
Community.
End of line.
All right. Scope Pixels, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Description file for the adapter in slot 1 was not found. Dude, why do you keep asking for this? God, what is your problem? Wait a minute. I thought it was asking me to... Yeah, whatever. I thought it was saying it was going to install it right there. Yeah, no, it did not. We gotta go back to the stupid thing and do the thing from here. Okay, I did not realize. Words, brain. I don't know why I'm not 100% there right now. Okay, ensure your backup copy is in, insert the diskette, new files in drive B. All right, IBM, that's fair. I had not considered this. It thinks I have 2 real floppy drives, even though one of them is a Gotek. So yeah, that makes sense. All right. Fine, let's remove the Gotek. Fair. Could you buy this with 1 drive? You could. It was only available with 1 drive, as far as I'm aware. The way that it works is when you only have 1 drive plugged in, it will ask you to swap the disk. So that's fine. That's just what I needed to do.
Pete subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 9 months.
End of line.
Axe Pete, thank you for the tier 1 sub there, and for, hold on, I need that hand for pressing A. There we go. For 9 months, I appreciate that. This.
Okay. Dialjumet says,
yes, auto configure whatever, I don't care. Yeah, you're missing the floppy drive.
Tier 100.
End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I'm not going to listen to you complain about the config files PC, because I know you're just going to stupid do nonsense and not actually do anything with it. I don't think anyone ever considered IBM PS2s to be fun. Oh, these power switches are the best. Absolutely. You're allowed to say no to auto config. I'm sure I can, but I wanted it to set the floppy, and I didn't want to have to go set the floppy. I knew it could figure that out. PS2 are deliberately designed to be the least fun. I am very sure that that is accurate. Dumb question. Can I put the reference disk on... I don't want you to automatically configure the system. Can I put the reference disk on a hard drive? And I don't mean like alongside DOS. I mean just as like its own whole hard drive. I have a feeling not. I have a feeling it's hard-coded to insert the diskette containing new files. I have a feeling it's hard-coded to only work off floppy. No? Yeah. Boo. In fairness, the hard drive in this would have been outrageously massive, so it's not like you could have fit multiple of them in there. Server ones can? Ooh, that's fancy. All right, there we go. That's all of the option config nonsense. Bare dumb BIOS can only talk floppy. Ah, that makes sense. Although it knows something about SCSI, despite the fact that there are no SCSI cards in here. I want to look at the configuration now for the MCID. I'm curious if it has the XT IDE BIOS enabled. Change configuration. Yep, option ROM, none, because why would we want the setting to be kept? That would only make sense. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. It should, but it didn't, Helen Croft. Master, ooh, good catch. There we go. Nope. Wait, yeah, external, that's the one I want. BIOS hard-coded only support drives less than 1 gigabyte. If you don't account for the 1 megabyte missing at the end of your drive, you format the drive, install an OS. That's now I know. Yeah, it sounds like I'm gonna be safe, barely dipping a toe into PS2 and then fleeing as quickly as I can. Okay, we got one more config we're gonna do. Ugh. After it shows me the XT IDE, I'm gonna shut it off. No 387, absolutely not. As soon as it shows the XTID eBIOS, I'm going to plug in the GoTech. I mean, I'm going to turn it off first, because that would be smart. Please show me the XTID eBIOS. There's a bright orange light on the MCIDE card. I'm going to tell myself it's an LED. Okay, good. It went out. It looks like an LED and a copper trace with 3 amps of current going through it. So it's really hard to tell. Used once and went, ew, never again. What list is that? Which machines fall into that category? That's the indicator short for debugging? Yeah. I'm sorry, Chloe. Twitch does not believe in bits after share. Oh, I forgot to press A.
Tier 100 PS2 Model 80. For the fun of when you hate your back, ask if you have both HDS fitted. Ask me how I know that one. Hint, that's the one that lightning welded the HDS.
End of line.
Oh my gosh. All right, configuration error. Not all devices are doohickeys. Yep, do the thing. Okay, sure. Cool. We are 40 minutes in, and we're finally at the point that I thought we were when we started. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Now, in theory, I'm finally going to be able to copy files off of the floppy disk images through the GoTech. Gosh. That was a lot of work for me doing something I shouldn't be doing in a moment. I'm gonna be bad. You'll see. Win 3. All right.
Jason 5 the Force Stooge says tier 145 if this doesn't work, give me a call.
Holocroft, does a light-emitting EEPROM self-erase from blowing the chip or from the UV? Jason, thank you for the 145 bits. Okay, file manager. It's no good. I can't get used to the Windows 3.1 boot screen. Well, good news. You're not going to have to look at it for much longer. All right, so in setup, we're going to make a new folder, file, create directory, W2 386. Okay. There is no disk in drive B. Let's go into the settings and make sure that it configured the drive correctly, I guess, maybe? I'm not sure what you mean, why the capture looks worse. It's possible the GoTech isn't jumpered correctly. I don't actually know how this one's jumpered, but I just want to make sure it didn't set it as something stupid like a 1.2 meg drive.
I'll be over here swearing it.
Beep.
End of line.
Okay. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Capture is laggy. That's not possible for you to know. Laggy, I don't know what you mean. You mean it's delayed? You're looking through VNC. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, it looks like that. Best I can do is just restart OBS on the laptop and see if maybe this time the video adapter or capture card doesn't have as much lag. I don't know what to tell you. Yep, just got a lot of lag. Deal with it. Why is the stuff opening over there? Which means that this is probably going to open over there as well, isn't it? Okay. Oh, okay, I know why. I know why it's being such a pain in the butt. Where'd that go? Hold on, the program crashed. It crashed again. What if I run it over here? Excuse me, are you gonna work? Screw it.
Chlorocoon says Cheer 100, you know why it's being a pain? You pressed go live, that always screws up stuff.
End of line.
I do know why it's being a pain. All right. So here's what's going on. The capture card has initialized as USB 2.0 for some reason. So give me a moment. Well, replugging the USB isn't the full answer because that's also going to change the USB video ID, so I'm going to have to change the settings in OBS. Okay. And that didn't work. All right, I'm just going to reboot the computer. Actually, I'm going to full power cycle the computer. Let it reinitialize with that all connected. While that's going, we'll just continue this way. All right. Change configuration. It says it's a 144. Screw it. It's now 720. 720 is not an option? Seriously? 1.2 is not an option either? That's weird. Huh, okay. Well, I got even better news, Hellencroft. This is some stupid USB 3.2 Gen 2x2 40 gigabits per second nonsense thing or whatever. Well, Jason, when Blackmagic makes a USB capture card and then makes one that can do 4K 60, let me know. Well, what I'm saying is it's not possible to set it as a 720K drive. These are 720K disk images. So I don't know if I understand a 144 drive should be able to read those, but something's being wonky. So I was going to try and set it to a 720K drive explicitly, but that does not appear to be an option. What options do I have? It's 360K or tape drive. That's it. And 144. Or K 60 capture card and USB. Okay, I have that. That's what this card is. It's made by Magewell. I hope you don't like having two kidneys. So there you go. Here's all the options. We got 144, 360, none, tape, repeat. Well, 288's not an option, and it didn't come with the 288 drive. It's one of those things where it expects a sort of change line of the GoTech is set for the other. I got no clue, man. Here, if you know how to read the tea leaves of GoTech jumper settings, there's the GoTech. I'm going to continue trying to troubleshoot the capture card. And by continue, I mean if this doesn't fix it, then you're just getting laggy capture. Because I don't care. Actually, I have to care because capture is like the whole point of what we're doing. Still USB 2.0. Why? I plugged it into the non-Thunderbolt port, and now it's reporting 3.1. Sure, why not? We'll just plug the USB 2.0 retro tank into the Thunderbolt port, and we'll leave the Thunderbolt device plugged into the other stupid port. Why not? Sure. Today is one of those computers are really getting on my nerves days. Thinking like, you know, it'd be nice is sanding down a nice block of wood. And capture. There you go. Non-laggy capture. GoTech jumper should work. Okay, we'll just convert the images to 144, I guess. All right, now that we got that working, let's go look at not this computer. All right. Oh, the video looked good now because it was actually running at the rate that it was supposed to for the capture. Okay, so to convert all of these to 144, I'm gonna have to extract them. Actually, it wasn't even the point. Honestly, let's just throw some random 144 images on here, make sure that it actually works with the GoTech, and then just copy the files directly to the compact flash card. This is just stupid at this point. Let's just demonstrate that the GoTech adapter works, and then just do whatever. I don't care. Downloads. Windows 3.1. Here we go. Because the entire point was to just make it easy by plugging the GoTech adapter install, and then demonstrating that, look, with the adapter, your life can be easy. You don't need all the weird stuff. But no, everything is weird stuff in PS2 land. All right. So, one flash drive full of Windows 3.1 images.
Chlorocoon says cheer 100, but we come here for the weird stuff.
End of line.
Because you don't want to have to do it, that's for sure. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. When 3. Oh, man. Ben's wrong. That's the best boot splash. Oh, I guess I can switch to capture for you. That's the wrong capture. Let's see. Is that the right one? I bet it is. And there we go. Okay. File manager. And then drive B. There is no disk in drive B. Well, it was nice, but it's time that PS2 goes in the dumpster. You see this GoTech? It's gone. Okay, that's not gone enough. Get out of here. Go. Okay. Now we're going to pull the compact flash card and we're just going to copy the files directly.
Chlorocoon says cheer 100 if you're throwing it. Throw it this way.
End of line.
I actually don't know, Lucky Bob. If that's the case, then I just hate PS2s even more. Why would it have to have a special custom jumper for... Okay, you know what? Before we continue, just answer me this. The manual actually asks for 2.1 286. Do you think there's going to be an actual legitimate difference between that and 386? Because 386 does seem nicer, allows you to multitask stuff a little better, and probably will play better with higher resource application. But the manual does not explicitly state 286. So, or 386. So you think the 286 version and the 386 version of Windows 2.1 are going to be basically the same? Other memory management, not really. Okay. What version number? It's either 2.03 or 2.1. Fun fact on WinWorld, version 2.1 is not exactly the whole story. They actually have them delineated between 2.1 286 from July and 2.1 286 from September. Basically the same. Okay, we're installing 286 then. If it's going to do something wonky like that, nah. No. All right, so Windows 286 it is. I already have it downloaded because I didn't trust nothing. At least I think I do. Is it sorted by Microsoft? Why? It's called WinWorld. It's not called Microsoft WinWorld. I'm just being snippy at this point. It's we're an hour in, and we have literally gone backwards. What am I doing? Okay, setup. We'll just call this 286 now. Get out of here, Dolphin Handbook. No one wants you. 286. And this is where someone will comment that I can disable that by going into settings. Okay, actions. Yeah, media image, extract floppy. I had 286 and 386 downloaded. This is the 286 folder.
125 raiders from parts people have joined.
End of line.
I don't remember if I actually put the flash floppy firmware on that one or not. Parts people and raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently taking our head and then applying it to a wall repeatedly with great force. Because we're trying to use an IBM PS2 and they are the most user hostile machines I have ever encountered. They're truly just terrible. So we're looking at installing Windows 286 on it right now. I was attempting to use a disk image drive emulator on the machine, and even though it acted like it was working and recognized it, it then proceeded not to work with it at all. So I have pulled the hard drive out, and I'm just going to copy all of the files directly over to the hard drive and install it directly from there. So we will be going back over to that computer in just a moment to agonize over
what are you doing
it.
In my room? Thump.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Poot, we tried to do that. It doesn't work. Sounds like it would work in theory. In practice, nope. All right. For some reason, 286 has more file or disks than 386, even though they're both 720Ks. Remember those SIMs that you pick of? Glad I tested them because they are 70 nanoseconds, therefore incompatible with Type 1 board is 80 nanoseconds. I wish I was joking. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? It is that specific and how incompatible they are? You know what? I wish I hated on it more in the last video. That's going in there. That's going in the video. Wow. All right, I do really appreciate you looking through all that, though, Lucky Bob. Oh my god, that's so stupid. I would have bought like 5 sets of RAM on eBay trying to find something that would work. Oh my gosh. Project Carl, I appreciate that, but I am taking the path of least resistance now, and just copying the files directly to the hard drive is going to be that. Edit mark's going to get replaced with the SRT notes entry by the time I actually set that back up. Did you see all 5 people watch the SRT notes video? By the way, I released a video on the second channel yesterday. I forgot to mention that before stream ended. It's lighting the world on low heat. Because, surprise, a very nerdy behind-the-scenes video about writing software to generate files for video editing isn't exactly what my audience wants to see. That part I get. Like, that makes sense. I wasn't expecting that to go crazy, but I figured the people who would actually benefit from seeing that would, benefit from it. So, getting points redeemed to mark up your editing timeline, it's going to depend on the subject matter, but something like that. So, more Doom shorts. I don't know. Shorts are only going to happen if I have a fun video idea that literally is not substantial enough to make into a real video. I'm going to call it video. The channel on Discord is one you actually released. Well, let me put it this way. Did it look like you were watching it through unregistered Handycam, or did it look like a real video? Because or Hypercam, that's it. If it looked like you were watching it through unregistered Hypercam, then that's not the one that was public. How's the TT Gaming Partner Quest going? Let's see. TT Gaming is currently at 1,900 out of 3,000 valid public watch hours. However, it will probably update to 2,300. So it's getting close. Next Saturday, I will be releasing a video on Crisis at minimum system requirements, and that might push it over the edge. We'll see. Definitely remember watching the potato quality one. Don't recall if I also watched a better one. All right. Okay. All right, I think we're ready. Let's go give this a shot. Did I safely remove this disk? You know what? I don't care. Buttons, capture, and phone desk. There we go. Oh, wait. I keep pushing capture thinking it's going to be for the RetroTink because that works when I'm over there, but that's not how it works. Oh. All right. Actually, should be this for the moment. Okay. So, compact flash card. Boop. Out of everything that has gone wrong with this in my experiences, genuinely, this thing has been awesome. I could not imagine trying to do this without using the MCIDE. Genuinely, I don't think I would even have attempted it if I tried to do it with a real hard drive. For a modern mouse that had a tutorial? That's awesome, Remicap. Yes, but that's not original IBM hardware. You know what? That makes total sense. That's exactly why that's working so well. That makes perfect sense. Okay. Dumb question time, okay? Edit, no. Config.sys. Let's just see for giggles here. So if I go through here and change everything that points to the Windows directory to Windows, maybe just rename it Win3 and then rename the Windows directory Win3, will Windows 3 still work? That way I can have this one be Win3 and then the other one be Win2? Or is there some other weird config nonsense that I don't know about internally in Windows where it has its path hard set? At least put hell out of her misery and attach the sticker. I'm going to put it this way. We're never going to attach the sticker. As fun as the sticker is, I don't want to use up the stickers. They're so cool. Additionally, I should probably scan the stickers first so that we have them saved. I'm just going to put the stickers out of the way. So, Program Manager would be broken. What does the registry say? I don't know. Is there a registry in Windows 3.1? Your group files will be a mess, or just install Win2 to another directory. Will work. All right, sounds like I probably shouldn't do it. So I will not. All right. Never mind. Hold on. File, exit. I love this mouse. All right. What's the situation looking like on the wall behind me? I have no idea what you're talking about. There are 2 walls behind me. That wall is wood paneling. Nothing can go on that wall. Just because it's straight up too hard. Just do it? Nah, I think I'm good. I don't want to cause any more nightmares for myself. Okay. CD, setup. CD, Win2, 2-286. Invalid director. CD, W2, 286. Very small registry 3.1. Okay. The registry is in WinINI in the Windows editor. Okay. CD W2 tilde. I thought that was how you do a shorthand. Tilde 1. There. Does PC DOS not support the shorthand? Because I thought that worked. Huh. CD W2 286. There we go. Durr. All right. I'm just gonna assume it's set up in here somewhere. Setup. Yeah, nothing's going on the wood paneling wall. That's just not happening. And the fact that you said it's classy tells me it isn't. Didn't know about the shorthand? I'm pretty sure that that's correct. There are no short names in DOS, just names. The short names are Windows 95 thing. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, because it's workaround for 8.3. Okay. When you're ready to press... oh, this is the weirdest way of showing this ever. Huh. Okay. Nah, I'm not going to record this. Well, actually, I'll record it over here. There. Okay. Setup prepares Windows for on your computer. Set to text the appropriate options for your display, pointing device, additional memory, though. It would be helpful if you knew the following. What kind of display you have. I got the kind that's right there. What kind of pointing device do you have? The one that's right there. What additional memory I have, that stick. What kind of printers you have. Man, you don't want that list. I don't even know what that list is. I got a lot of printers. What port your printer is connected to. Oh, that one's easy. None. If you do not know the above, simply press enter. Force you accept the default to set up Windows properly. I have a feeling I should just go with default. Although, yeah, I'm just going to go with default. Whatever. I don't care. Let's see. You have high mem installed on your system. Currently, this high memory area is being used by some other program. Windows can make better use of this high memory to optimize its performance. You like to reconfigure your computer. Is this going to break Windows 3? I feel like this is going to break Windows 3. You know what? Screw it. I don't care. Well, does PC-DOS 7 support that config menu thing? Because I might have to do that. We might literally dual boot Windows 2 or Windows 3 now. Press E to edit setup, change your config status free, reboot your, we recommend, exit setup, and modify. Oh, I thought it said Windows, if you would like to reconfigure. Oh, it can't automatically do it? Oh. Okay. I guess we'll edit our doohickey. ecconfig.sys. All right. Let me very carefully. Oh, that's weird. So are these comments in the file, or is this part of E? The top of file, bottom of file. That's so weird. All right, here you go. Here's how. Oh, I can't even do it that way. Okay, one moment. I hope you like squished windows, because I'm not changing this again today. There you go. You got 4x3 DOS, and you'll have 1x2 windows. Nope, I can't have a button press for switching it. That's not how it works. Anyway, is it complaining about this? Because that seems like that's what that should be. I'm confused. Is that really what that is? That can't. No way. Because the CMOS battery is 6 volts. Take out DOS high. That is what it is. Oh, DOS equals high. That's what the problem. Okay. RAM. All right, there we go. Problem solved. File. Hold on. Wait a minute. PC-DOS E is awesome. What? How far can I take this? No? Okay. Okay, so it doesn't do... So it does slash search. So stack. Boom. It does not do the regular expression substitute using the buffer. Whoa. That's kind of awesome. I might have just been made a PC-DOS convert. Save, file, exit. Hello. That was kind of awesome. All right. Let's just reboot. What do you mean 162?
Neil Dragon 90 says Tier 100. You can take it not that far.
Hold on, does it think there's still a drive B? Neo Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. I think I forgot to, Move the drive B. There is a staple in this chair. I really don't understand how we even ended up in this predicament. How are we an hour and a half into this, still fighting this thing, just to do something so basic? It was like it was saving up all of its PS2 pain into one giant ball, and then just exploded.
Chlorocoon says Tier 100, it's a PS2. They do this. They know.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. The way it said that, it was just like it had terror in its voice. Because the tangents levels underflowed? Yeah, no kidding. It all went too smoothly in the previous parts? It kind of did. Like, we're going to get Windows 2 going, and then today the bulb in the scanner will pop. That's how this is going so far. Ugh, I'm not recording, right? Just make sure, yeah, I stopped, because this has been all worthless so far. CD setup. CD W2 286. Setup. Oh, wait, I did reb, not semicolon. I'm sure it's fine. There we go. Win 2. Go. Of course. All right, which one do I pick? I feel like it's going to be this one, but I don't actually know. Seven reasons not to use a PS2. Yeah. All right. 50, 60, 80. Okay. Okay. Display adapters, VGA. Ooh, hello. Jump below is a display adapter, keyboard, and mouse. Yeah, it all looks perfect. No change.
End of line.
Extended memory. Jefferson, thank you for the 100 bits. 2530s ISA. Tower version of 70. Oh, that's perfect. That's really good to know, actually. Windows can use extended memory to optimize its performance based on your hardware configuration. Setup has determined that the appropriate setup has determined the appropriate setup memory or extended blah, blah, blah. If you're unfamiliar, simply press enter. Enter. I am never going to be familiar with extended, expanded, virtual nonsense. Install a printer or a plotter. If only I could install a plotter. Continue. Okay. Man, what's this modern nonsense? Ask me, is it going to tell me what time zone? Modifications can fix this work. It did seem like that, yeah. Modify auto exec. No path variable and auto exec should be modified to include the directory. Okay, yeah, that seems correct. Why? Okay, there's advanced information on Windows available in the README files, which are located on the Windows disk. You can review this information later in Windows Applications Notepad, which is documented in the Windows User's Guide. So you can read the manuals by reading the manual to open the thing to read the manuals. Got it.
Tier 100 domain expansion, proprietary
okay, run memset. No, sure, I don't care. Setup has been something or another. I feel like that's a reference to something that I don't know, but thank you for the 100 bits, Jefferson. I think I pressed the wrong key a moment ago, and now I don't know what I was supposed to do. Anyway, what RAM thing? Please select your expanded memory board from the following list. Like, is it just that? Because I don't think it's that. Just whack enter, none? Okay. Memset needs to know the boot drive for your machine. Yeah, sure, it's that one. Memset will now copy driver or something or another. Oh, this is going to be fun. Please insert disk into the drive A. Well, rip install utility. Continue without memset. That's, I did Control X and now it's just gone. Cool. All right. Win 2. Win. Well, instantly this is way better because the interlaced Microsoft thing, that's way cooler. All right. So, I need to phase. Boom. Looking better. Dude, I don't know what's going on with the video on this, why it's ringing before the video signal. I'm wondering if there's some kind of like reflections or something happening. I don't know, it's kind of driving me crazy. Anyway, that looks good. Okay. Now what? How do I go up a directory? File, view, special, up arrow. That's not it. Change to, there we go. What's possible? What's the worst possible program launcher we can come up with our new GUI? You need tutorial for 2x now? I have a feeling that they didn't get that far with it. Okay. Let's go brass ring. Does the image edit run? Let's see. Image edit. I don't think it got that far before. Memory limit, 48K. What?
Oh,
whoa, big spender using 208K. Oh, baby.
End of line.
Is that it? It's working? Okay. Chaotic Legend, thank you for the Prime sub there and for 2 months. I appreciate that. I think we're good. Ugh. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to reboot and make sure that it actually works. And then we're going to connect and power the scanner. And then we'll try and scan something. Oh. I'm going to want as much RAM as possible. Yeah, I don't know why it gave me so little as an option. There does not appear to be a thing for like about how much memory the machine has or whatever. Memory free 300K. That doesn't sound quite right. Is it using 640K? And that's it? Is there a thing I need to do to make it not do that? Or is the software just going to go whatevs and run? Because you press enter instead of E during setup. Okay, so how do I fix that? Just reboot and send it? Might be able to fix it if you have setup in the Windows folder. Setup. Ah, I do. Why does that look like the Windows 3 setup? That doesn't seem right. Why did it go, Win2 setup, because the Windows 3 setup is in the path. Oh, no. So there probably isn't a setup in this folder. dir star.exe. There is no setup in that folder. Okay. So I think I delete everything in the Windows 2 folder. And then we just reinstall it. Maybe we just reinstall it straight up and then not miss the thing. I don't know, let's reboot first and see what happens. Let's reboot, start Windows 2, see what happens. I didn't know old Windows was such a pain in the butt. Why is it 1 byte? I mean, how many bytes do you think it should be? Is it just called Win? Yeah, it ain't right. Have not tried Windows 1 so it can get worse? Yeah. Real MS-DOS-EXE is a Win2 system or something? Yeah, it makes sense. Try memset, but there isn't a memset. Oh, there it is. Cannot find memset.pif, continuous standard default. Sure, yeah, whatever. I'm sure it's a great idea to run it in this. Oh, okay. Windows can take advantage of expanded memory to enhance its performance. Memset is program. Press enter. Will you be running Windows 386? I mean, I wish I was, but no, I won't be. Memset did not find any expanded memory installed. Running from DOS, not inside Windows. You're not my mom. Other. Whoa, what's all this? Close. It exploded. Memset. Okay. Won't be running 386. Okay, but like what do I do? Because we were here before and it didn't work. That's a none to that prompt. Okay. Memset needs to know the boot drive. Okay. Memset will now copy smartdrive.sys. Yeah, but this fails. I'll press Y. Well, memset. Enter. No. None. Where are you seeing Y? What? Yeah, but this is going to fail because then it wants it... It wants me to put the disk in the Apple II drive. I think it's a single version of memset for Windows 286 and 386. And it's asking which version it is. PC-DOS has substring? I don't know. I have 2 megabytes, Lucky Bob. Free mem. We have half installed Windows 2 Robo Twilight. We have it installed, but for some reason it's only running with some amount, 648K, 640K. That'll set the, try something fun. Oh, you and your mapping virtual drives. Yeah, I remember doing that. Hold on. Free XMS, 192K. You have smart drive using 1 megabyte. I don't know. Stupid DOS RAM nonsense. I like my computers where I plug in another RAM card and then it goes, tasty, more RAM, and then just uses it. DOS memory is just the worst. Poot, there is literally no way that it can happen right now. Okay, I'm waiting for Ben to make a recommendation. You still want me to do the substring thing? I am very specifically anti-IBM PS2, and I am generally anti-weird DOS RAM nonsense. Because I don't think at any point in my life I will ever try this enough to actually understand it, unfortunately. Okay. Could I convince you to send the substring command again, Ben? Because it's gone. Also, do I need to do anything for the sub drive or whatever that's using up all the RAM? Okay, sub st. First I'll just run sub st. Okay, so it works. Sub st a c win2. I mean, it took it. Okay, mem set. There is no disk in the floppy drive. Enter, no 386, no changes, doodad. Enter. Nope, it knows better. All right, we can attempt to do all that stuff. ec config.sys. We'll comment the stuff out the correct way this time, since apparently it's this. Okay, there's smart drive for Windows 3. I think everything else is fine. So we'll do F2 for save. And then file, open, auto exec.bat. Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay. File, exit. That, unlike Microsoft Paint, where it asks every single time, are you sure you want to save this new image? It's really scary. The file doesn't exist. I wouldn't mind if that one said, hey, this file you're trying to open, it doesn't exist. Are you sure that's what you meant? auto exec c.bat. All right, I'm going to find anything that looks Windows 3 in here and kill it. Like this path. I don't want that. None of that. None of this. None of that. RAM. I don't want that. DOS mouse, DOS key, that's all safe. Okay, I think that's good. F2 save, and then did I accidentally kill it too? Type exe, seed on back. Convenient. Okay, reboot. Where did you extract the floppy to? You have to substring to that folder. Oh, well, I'll do that in a second. I vote wipe the current install and install Windows 386 instead. But they said something along the lines of it runs Windows 286 in a virtual machine or whatever, and it's going to mess with the RAM, and then it's going to make my life sad. And I don't know. CD. Hold on. Substring. No, it's just sub st. A. C. Setup. W2 286. Boom. Okay. CD. Win2. Memset. Enter. No. None. Enter. 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 Okay. That worked. Save my changes in configsys. Yes. Reboot your system now. To do this, remove the diskette and press sure. Okay. All right, CD win2, win. Drum roll, please. Is it more than 384K? It's probably wrong about that. Thought the manual wanted Windows 201, some of it's 286 only. Wasn't until 2.1, 386 matched up. So if it says works in 2.1, then that's probably okay for 386. Okay, I'm just gonna go lay on the floor and cry now. Look, we got 409K. Okay.
Neil Dragon 90 says cheer 100. At this point I think I need a coffee.
End of line.
We're gonna full wipe everything. We're starting from scratch. Because there's too much in here. Inachu, I think it was you. Thank you for the gift sub yesterday. I don't think I was able to call that out yesterday, so I appreciate that. All right, we're still installing PC-DOS 7 because that seemed to work fine with Windows 2. I have no problems with that. What I am going to do is I'm going to make a PCD7 folder in here, and we're going to go ahead and extract all of my floppy images for that into here. Actually, I think I already have them extracted. No, I don't. I probably didn't configure that. Okay. No, I didn't want to open that in Imhex. Thanks, but no thanks. Remember, Red, running Windows 286 can be done if you don't breathe hard, don't type too fast. Yeah. PC-DOS 7 uses a very weird floppy format. All right, we're going to go install PC-DOS 7 directly from floppy. So I'm just going to take everything that's here and just go rip and rip. And we're only leaving GS, PS, and image edit. Oh, let's copy the setup files for Windows 386. W2 386. Actually, let's see if I can be lazy. Did I write this in such a way that I can extract them all at once? Oh, I love that. I wish I'd realized I was smart. Okay. Boom. 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 Okay. Let's do PC-DOS 5 at this point. I refuse. You have a retail copy that might make things easier? I got a retail copy of PC-DOS 7 over there that I'm going to use, so yeah. Innertube, no. It's much simpler than that. I literally just want to use a scanner, but the scanner apparently must be used with Windows 2.1 and no earlier and no further. So we're just trying to figure out the version of 2.1 that I can use on that exact computer, because that is the only computer on the planet that it'll work with, apparently. So I'm just trying to figure out the right combination of hardware and software. And it is an unending nightmare. Okay. Ugh. But I don't think we had a single problem be caused by PC-DOS yet. And I'm now a hardcore PC-DOS E editor stan, so I'm obviously going to install PC-DOS.
Dialgemet says you heard it here first, folks. Shelby is now all about the E. Cheer 100.
End of line.
Yeah. Thank you for the 100 bits. All right, popping the compact flash card back in. Now that it has been liberated from all of those pesky operating systems, let's reinstall PC-DOS 7. Yay!
Network 17 subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 27 months. And says good evening all.
End of line.
Why is there such a... Desiak, you were there. That's running on the server. First, the deck talk runs on the server. I hear it at the same time it actually goes, but then there is the full delay of the stream. So anyway, as far as the question of what kind of scanner it is, it's an IBM scanner. Yeah, it's incredible though. It works. We got it working, but then it didn't work well enough. What do you mean replace with disk or system disk or something? Oh yeah, actually that makes sense. Do I want to install? I mean, yeah, that's why we're here. No, we never did a scan test under Windows 2 because the scanner is not plugged in currently. Windows 2 wasn't addressing all of the RAM, and I was like, what are we even doing here? Because, yeah, Cox Gnomes have to sneaker net the packets to his house. Yeah, really. All right, PC-DOS 7 install. We've already read through all of this, so we're not going to bother. I know it's going to set up the mouse after this. That all looks good. There's a setting coming up soon. This one. We don't want this, but I think everything else is fine. We'll install it to DOS. That looks correct, and there we go. All right, getting the install media ready. Scanner card is bunch of RAM itself, so it might work with basically no RAM on the PC side. That would be hilarious. How would it work with image edit, though? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the scanner software uses the card as a frame buffer or something. You know, it'd be hilarious is if it does that, and then, yeah, literally never uses any system RAM. Honestly, that would make more sense than anything else. And then maybe... Majenko, how would it use it? Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Yeah, for me, it has always been weird seeing Phoenix in the computer BIOS. I was like, why? Why is the computer so close? Or more accurately, when I was younger, it was like, well, obviously the computer came from Phoenix. I mean, that just makes sense. Is it serial or RS-232? That's the neat part. It's not. It is literally analog. Yeah, Ben, you know, you might be right, but we're just going to do this anyway. I don't know. We've had the maximum amount of pain today so far already. What's just a little bit more?
Nachu is gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to TechTankets' community. They've gifted a total of 6 in the channel.
End of line.
Inachu, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you a lot. You know, I'm there for the pain, so I understand. Yeah. Honestly, this just feels like going clean slate after all the wonkiness is probably the best part, or the best option. This is the analog chip that digitizes scanner sensor data? Okay. Gift sub offer ends in 8 hours. I don't know what that is. Disc 4. Oh, yeah, that's right. We skipped disc 3 because we're too cool for school. I seem to recall there being something about this. Let me check a thing really quick. Not seeing anything. Beep. So far, we haven't encountered an incorrect DOS version error. It just explodes and dies when it doesn't work. The problems are far more direct. So we have 35% off. Okay. I seem to recall reading something about me needing to opt into a thing to do like discounted gift subs, and I was just going to see if that was like a limited time offer or something. I don't know.
DCX is gifting 5 tier 1
So now we get Shelby talking over deck talk, followed by Shelby freezing for a moment while his audio processors catch up.
End of line.
Dzak, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. And apparently me talking over the deck talk too. Wait, no, I can't. Oh, no, I talk over the deck talk because I'm still yakking from whatever the last thing I was talking about. Then... Rusty Canuck, thank you for the Prime sub and for 5 months. I appreciate that. Sigh before he thanked me. I see how it is. Okay. Yes, I have a smart drive. I don't remember seeing a problem with that. Well, we'll see when we install Windows 2 386. If there was an issue, I don't know. Well, then we'll figure it out. Edit auto exec. Hold on. Your auto exec and config sys files will be modified by setup. If you want to edit or review these changes, press the enter key. Yes. Option. I don't care. They don't exist. PC DOS install is complete. Remove floppies and weep. You also get 35% less. Oh, okay. What's the point? Why don't I just make them 35% less if there's no difference? Why can't I just control the price then? Because then it'll be like the shirts where I just don't even make any money. That's what'll happen. Okay. Yay, no blue screen? I don't think DOS blue screens like that. All right. Now we go CD setup. CD W2 386. And we set up from here. Okay. I'm going to read through this much closer and delay on each one. That way people can call out things that I should do differently. Okay. This one, I can only continue with setup as far as I'm aware. There is nothing else that I can do. Okay. Windows 386, it actually looks like a phenomenal path to use, so we'll go ahead and leave that. Can you install 286 and 386 side by side? Because that's kind of cool. Also a little horrifying that I might still want to install 286, but that's a different problem. I see no reason to change that. Okay, holy moly, that's a lot more options. So Model 80 is probably what I want to set this to. You've done it? Why? Actually, you know what? After going through all this nightmare, I can... Ooh. Subs first. You know what? That's a good point. Let's do that. Control X. Hold on. Subst A C setup W2 386. There we go. Setup. Okay. Autism. Not fair. Okay, we're gonna do Model 80. Can we just have some remote KVM and make Digital Ice Age deal with it? I know, right? That would be a lot easier for me, wouldn't it? Okay, no change. All of that looks correct. I don't think there is anything that can be changed, so we'll go with that. Setup is installing files. Okay, it's doing the things. Might still complain of checking the volume label, but alas, because it knows it'll read that I set it to model 70, and it'll be like, wait a minute. All right. When you're ready to install a printer plotter, continue. We'll continue without a printer plotter. US. Okay. I'm gonna hands off for a second here. Okay, if you have an auto exec back, setup can automatically modify it. Setup will create a backup of your current auto exec under the name autoexec.back. If you want setup to modify, okay, I'm pretty sure, yes, here. He's always ready to install a plotter, but exactly. Here's the thing, one day, we will have a serial plotter up and running, but it's going to take some work. It needs some love. Why? Okay, I got a confirmation. Okay, there is advanced information on the blah, 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 which yeah, I already made a joke about that. Okay, so I believe I'm going to press M to run memset now. If memory board is already installed, Windows 386 can take advantage of extended memory and smart drive to enhance its performance. I really don't want smart drive, but I think I need memset. I'm not sure. Yep, M. We got 1 vote for M. I have the serial version of your plotter. There are more plotters that you have not seen. Smart drive won't work on PC DOS 7 anyway, so you might just hit C. Yeah, but I think I need the memory thing, don't I? You don't have a memory board, so okay, so maybe I don't hit C. Probably good with, okay, so I guess we hit C. All right. All right, fair enough. Setup has now been completed successfully. Please remove the disk from A. You got it. And reboot, Control Delete. If setup didn't do boring nerd stuff, then it will do whatever. Okay, rebooting. Personally, I'd skip it because no expanded memory, and then set up high mem yourself. Oh, that sounds like work. Ugh. So if you had a 6-pack plus, but I told it was a PS2. Those don't exist for PS2s. It should know better. All right. Win. What do you mean bad command? Win 3 CD win 386 win. Win. Don't tell me it's actually called Windows 386. High memory area in use. I'm gonna scream. This was supposed to be Win 386. This was supposed to be the easy from scratch solution. It just worked. So DOS high, nuke, and device high, nuke. You're the chosen one, exactly. Okay, so comment out those 2 lines, right? That's what I want to do.
When you thought it would work, no IBM strikes again.
I gotta say, I just noticed, because like my monitor is monochrome, right? Exactly. Jefferson, thank you for the 100 bits. Anyway, I just noticed this. So the config sys at the bottom, never mind, it went red. It was red before, then I saved and it went gray. I thought it was telling me that I'd modified the file. There we go. Oh, it's only when I move from one line to another. So it's red because it's not saved, and then I hit F2 to save, and then it goes gray. Dude, this software is awesome. And then F3 to exit. Yeah, this is my new favorite DOS text editor. I'm copying this onto every DOS computer I own. Okay, hold on, I actually have to reboot. Change DOS high to DOS low, then save. Yeah, but it'll do DOS low by default, won't it? If I just commented it out. Mouse driver installed. We didn't test that, but I'm sure it works. Win 386. We got a mouse. All right, how much RAM do we have? Drum roll, please. Donk. Oh, yes! Victory! Okay, now, middle, yeah. Now the real question. Will image edit run? I'm only testing with the image edit specifically because the scanner software probably needs the scanner connected to work. This doesn't, because it can do multiple things. All right, image edit. And expanded memory hardware error occurred, check. But it was all good, although now it can use less memory. We can try to scan anyway, but like, why? So image edit, okay, let's be clear here, all right? Try installing Windows Vista, yeah. Okay, image edit, I suspect is actually going to need the RAM. Page scanner may not need the RAM. So this one probably actually needs it. Check WinINI, as it said. I don't know what it's gonna be. You might as well tell me to check manage the BIOS bits directly. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't know what I'm going to change there.
Guys, I think Shelby's sanity just broke. Well, whatever was left of it anyway.
End of line.
Spire, thank you for the 100 bits. Where's WinINI? What's it going to open it with? Notepad? What does this look like? Like, what did it want me to change? An expanded memory hardware error occurred. Check EMM size entry in WinINI. Okay, EMM. Can I search? Find EMM. Okay. EMM size is not set. Okay, let's actually read this. Windows 386 will allocate amount of memory specified in the Windows EMM size entry to Windows. The minimum amount of entry that can be allocated is that many, but this will vary depending on whether what on like. Okay, I thought that they just misspelled weather and it was like word wrapping, but no, I got to stretch this. Okay, whether or not you're running a network, which version of DOS you're running with, so on. The EMM size entry fixes the maximum amount of memory that can be used as expanded memory at any one time. Both the DOS application and Windows itself will use this expanded memory. You're probably best off leaving this entry blank, since Windows 386 will use a default value. So what do I set this to? Set it to 1024? Okay. Because what I have a feeling is that Image Edit is directly reading this config file and then presenting that as the value. That's my guess. So yeah, I kind of like 1024. So we'll try that. File, save. Worst case, we just throw the computer away. I like how it makes Commander Keen sounds now. $13.37. You know what? Majenko's right. Hold on. Actually, no, I'd have to navigate to the folder again, and that sucks. So we'll just go with 1024. Call to the expanded memory driver and getting nothing back, probably. I could see that. I'm betting it's stupid and reading the file directly or something else like that, though. That's my guess. Yeah, the fact that they called it a hardware error was weird. When 380, I almost had it, 6. Okay. I almost am liking this setup. It's getting close now to not sucking. Unless Windows blanked it out or something. Nah, same thing. You know what? What if it's stupid? Dang it. What do you mean, woo? It didn't work. So this is what I said last time too, Lucky Bob. The error is that before I installed Windows 386, this would allow me to use up to 208K. Did I save? That's a good question. I think I did. But I cannot definitively say yes. No, 112 is not it. You can go back in the stream. It was 208 before we installed 386. It did save. Check the free memory size, and Progman says that's the smaller size. That seems like a reasonable thing. And by program manager, you mean MS-DOS exec. So I think it's 904 here. 480. I don't know. Maybe we set it to the minimum number it wanted. How about we try that? So we set it to this. File, save. I like how it shows the icon, and the icon is just a 5 1/4 inch floppy disk. Exit. Oh, that's smart. It automatically brought that back. Well, that's gone down. I don't know if I'm right. Oh, it may have gone down because I had Notepad open. Okay. Don't need full reboot, but we're doing it anyway. Because I don't trust nothing, and it reboots really fast. So it takes longer for the XTIDE to go, nope, there's no hard drive there. Nope, there's no hard drive there, than it does for Windows to actually, or DOS to actually boot. I love that Windows 2 animation. Image edit. ImageEdit.exe. Why? Oh, that's better. Wait, what? That's weird. Why? I mean, that's better than it was before even. But why? Hold on. If we go to File, About. Oh, it was real cranky now. Okay, so I think it used. I think it took 240 out of that. 0 expanded. Yeah, I think Danberg might be right. This software seems to only being the conventional memory for some reason. Now it just says memory free. Wait, what does? This or the other one? Re-enable HiMem? We can try that. Oh, there's the thing down there. Oh, I didn't know I could double click. That's awesome. Cannot run. I don't want you to run it. I want to edit it. File. Special. Ugh, gross. Gonna make me do it in DOS. I mean, that does mean I get to use E, so actually, you know, edit config.sys. All right, we'll try bringing this back and we'll see what happens. F2, F3, Control, Delete. That was maybe a little fast. Are we winning or losing? I really don't know. It's hard to tell. Win 386. Okay, we'll see what Windows 386 says. Okay, it loaded. All right, file, about. That's worse. So Majenko, just out of curiosity here, so I guess now set EMM back to blank. I got no clue. Majenko saying something to the effect of do DOS EMM 386.sys. Yeah, sys. So that thing, right? So like I should try that after Hyman. Yeah, I had a feeling it went after Hyman. All right, F2, F3. Should I blank out that, you know what, I just will. CD, win 386, E, win.ini. Oh, you guys ready? View the power of my fully searchable text document. What's up?
Bought and subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed
F2,
for 28
F3.
months. And says who doesn't
DOS
love
low
all
for
the
peace of
different
mind?
PC
Never. I like to
memory
live on the
types
edge.
breakism.
End of line.
Bodband, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 28 months. I appreciate that. Bad or missing EMM 386. Wait, am I going to have to go grab QEMM? Probably EMM 386. I mean, we can just look. CD, DOS, dir, star, 386.star. That worked so well. EMM 386.star. There it is, ZXE, okay. E, I'm about ready to alias E to Vim. Config.sys. EXE, F2, F3, and go. DOS chip RAM? All right, starting PC DOS. And it did some stuff. Win386. Protected mode software already installed. Bodband, it appears the answer is that you cannot. All right, so we boot it back up. We see what it says in about. Win386. And just try see if it works. Yeah, I get it. You want to know. Expanded memory free. Conventional memory free. Why does changing win.ini do that? Because this is going to cry big old crocodile tears, and it's going to let me have 112K. 96? Still gets worse all the time. I thought I told it to exit. File. Oh, I did about. All right. Image edit needs Win286. It might. What problem did we have with Windows 286? Oh, Windows 286. So, Matrox. Windows 286 couldn't use the expanded memory at all. So if I set the EMM thing, we basically make it work in exactly the same way. So yeah. Maybe no longer counts as free in the about box, yeah. So you want EMM 386 and Win 286. Sounds horrible. Use QEMM. Dude, I have no clue how I'm going to steer this back into being like an actual video where things make sense at all. Because I haven't been recording this whole time, because obviously none of that's usable. And we're about to try this for scanner for the first time in Windows. Maybe I'm just gonna like say something along the lines of, and I assume you're joining me back in after I lost my mind. Okay, power cable goes way over there and it's plug up. Pull this slightly over. I'm gonna put the PC Magazine thing back in there to give us something to scan. And then I'm gonna turn it on and we'll hope for the best. I'm gonna start recording here and I'm gonna go start recording on the other thing. Might as well start recording on the capture as well. Okay, because we're probably about to scan in Windows for the first time. Oh. Imagine writing programs that use these memory schemes? No kidding. Okay. Is there an EMM36 in the Win directory? I don't even want to know at this point if there is or not. Okay. I know you're barely going to be able to see the scanner, but you're going to barely be able to see the scanner doing anything anyway, so it's not like it really matters. Okay, here we go.
Matchenko Tech says, Cheer 100, I love your optimism with this probably word you keep using.
End of line.
Janko, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, let's see if Windows 2.1 386 can actually work with this now. All right, now we're gonna open the original scanner software first to see if it will even start. And that's looking okay. Is this where it errored before? I think that was where it, or did it error right here? I think it gave a hardware error right here last time. So this time, it is moving. We are scanning. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna just be ready. Good, I didn't have to push it. Oh! Okay. Whew. Dude, that thing is so awesome. Oh my gosh. And there it is. That is a scan on Windows. I don't know. We can select an area. Interesting. So I could select just this. And we can restrict our scan to a specific area. So I think we go ahead and do that. We're going to leave our lightness at normal. Let's leave our contrast at weak. We're going to do 300 DPI. Let's scan. Let's do it. Let's see what we get. What's so special about this scanner? It's from 1988. And scan. Oh yeah, we got to save. Save file name as C PC Mag. Okay. And here we go. We're doing a scan. Dude, it's fast. Oh my gosh, I love this thing. Scanned image 100%. Okay, is this dialog not going to close by itself? That's fine. In before out of memory? Yeah, really. Okay, I guess that was it. Yeah, so this is what I was afraid of. So we can't actually target printer. So yeah, we could print to another printer, like just duplicate the page in like the worst possible way. But I don't think we can view an image in that program, which is where image edit's going to come in, but image edit does not want to play ball. Yeah, so we're gonna hope for the best here. And it's barely letting me use any of my memory, so for the record, it's seeing all of the memory, but it does not want to let me use it in image edit. So we're just going to hope for the best here. So let's file open and see if we can't open our TIFF. None of that. No, go up. PS, PCMag.tiff. You cannot open a gray image because a gray display driver is not installed. Let's see if we can scan with image edit. So we're gonna file Options. To edit, file, scan. How? Measurement system, rounded corners, toolbox, view, type,
Twilight 9Z5 says Tier 100 you may not proceed because the tautological paradox is tautological.
End of line.
Jefferson, thank you for the 100 bits. File source scanner, that doesn't work either. How can I load a gray video driver? Windows 2. Wait, what is that? What is that digital ice age? Hold on. Oh gosh. Yeah, hold on, I gotta go click a thing. Wait a minute. I don't know what you found there, but I'm highly interested. So you found some BBS backup. IBM page scan. That's hilarious that somebody actually has this backed up in a BBS in 2001 on a CD. Okay. That's probably the exact same executable. It's also just on archive.org, a raw image of the floppy. Yeah, I'm thinking, Danberg, you're right. You have an IBM 8514 display attached to PS2 video, the thingamajig. You also need to use Windows 286, select something or another when installing your Windows system. You can see actual grayscale images viewport. Wait a minute, so you telling me I'm gonna have to have a color monitor so that I can see a grayscale image? Because I think this is like an 8309, isn't it? Yeah, it's a 8503 for the monochrome monitor. Need to run install.bat. Okay, we can try that. File, exit, because that's fair. I doubt we run it in Windows. CD, image, edit, install. There's not enough space in the fixed disk. Well, that was nice. Time to pack it in. I'm going to guess, just random thought, that if it won't work with a hard drive that's 128 megs. Yep, I'm guessing Helen Croft is there, yep. I have an idea. What is exit? Why does it seem like this doesn't actually do anything? Yeah, I don't know what IE20 is. Beep. Beep. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That text at the bottom of the screen about to exit without saving files, I literally cannot see that at all on this monitor. IE20. Okay. So here's the thing. We could take the compact flash card out and look at that image on a modern computer and see what the scans look like, okay? That's 100% doable. That's obviously not the intended solution of how to use the thing, though. You're supposed to be able to see the images on the screen. So, why? Why can't I not? Yeah, oh my gosh, IBM software's even worse than PS2 hardware. No kidding. Scan it in black and white. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Let's try that. This is an IBM 3119. You really doubt that's the issue? You think IBM just sucks? Is that what the problem is? Because I would believe that part. Sandy, those extra 8 megabytes are really important. Dude, I love this scanner though. Oh my gosh, it's so awesome. You guys didn't get to see it do its job last time. I'm just clicking the black and white button and selecting the area.
Got fired for buying IBM. We'd ridicule you endlessly, though.
End of line.
Right, here we go. Scanning in 3, 2, 1. If I have an employee ever and they buy an IBM, straight to jail. Here we go. Now you get to watch it do its job. It's the most gloriously silent thing ever. All right. Let's see what we get with the black and white one. Tweaking DOS and Windows in 386 DX, yeah. Try running install dat bat in Windows and see what happens. Okay, I'll do that after this fails for whatever new reason it invents. All right, hey, that's a thing maybe. Computer crashes, too little RAM. Oh my gosh, it's so slow. It might be paging it. Oh my gosh, into the display. I mean, that's technically working. You know what? That's working. Credit where it's due. Oh my gosh. I wish there was a scroll wheel. That's something at least. Hey, it's not perfect, but so this is red, I believe, on the actual paper, and then over here is the text. Yeah. I swear there was supposed to be like a OCR utility. Maybe the Windows program just sucks. Can you change the scale? Yeah, I can view. Let's go with 33%. Boom. Look at it. It's beautiful. We have successfully scanned on an IBM PS2 with the 3119. Was the juice worth the squeeze? No, because this is black and white. It's not grayscale. I am not satisfied until we see a grayscale image on the grayscale monitor. If this was my day job back in 1988, I would have had IBM on the phone and had a sales rep down here fixing this thing for me. Because that's the whole thing, right? Like you get a contract with IBM and they make it all work for you. Like that's the whole point, right? Looks more in black and white. It really doesn't once you get into it. Like if we look at the PC Mag thing here, all right, let's go 400% size. Let's really zoom into that. You will see, yeah, that is pure monochrome, black and white. Sells you more RAM for $10,000, yeah. I mean, it's not working too bad for having only 96K associated, although this is 1 bit, so it better work fine. All right, how do we make it work with the grayscale? Oh, we wanted to try running the install in Windows. I don't think it's going to work, but we'll give it a shot. I've never seen this before. That's funny. Switch to the grayscale VGA driver. Okay, how do I do that? Because I'm all down for that. VGA gray right there. Yeah, I'm fine with doing that, but I don't know how. This is also gray 386. So DOS 4 with Windows 2.1. That's their thought. Edit win dot. Hold on. So you want me to put this in like the Windows 386 folder and then edit WinINI to use that? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I guess I could probably also point WinINI to just use that. Okay, well, we'll just try pointing WinINI to use that. Oh, man, I thought this was E for a second, and I was able to just do /VGA. Cannot find VGA. Well, it was a nice thought. Sure about this, are you? The heck is this? Is this your registry nonsense? I don't like that. But okay, scan device. Oh, I know what we're gonna try and mess with later. No, don't change anything. So system dot doodad. There is no file called system. Yeah, there's no system.ini. Ben. It links them into the bin file. Delightful. Cool. It's probably not going to run, but whatever. We'll just try it. There you go. So, yep. Display.bat does nothing. Go to display.bat, dude. Does it really matter? Does anything matter? Computers are a sick, twisted joke. Can I pick a different driver? I'm willing to try that. That sounds like the most reasonable thing so far. CD. Sub. STA. C.
Hello, Raccoon says cheer 100, you're sick twisted. Wait, no, that's me.
End of line.
Path not found. W2. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Setup, is it? Do I, wait, but can we run this again? I don't think we can, or do we? I don't know, whatever. Is it going to detect that there's already stuff in there? So far, no. So we got other, requires disk, provide, sure, yeah, why not? C. But
76 Raiders from T2C have joined.
End of line.
Insert disk for your display driver in the following drive. But what if I don't want to? T2SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We're currently being driven mad by the IBM PS2 that I have been using. So we currently have the scanner working, but it only works with Windows 2.1, and Windows 2.1, it turns out, is horrible. And we can't get it to do anything that makes any sense at all. So we're currently trying to fight it to be able to display, of all things, a grayscale image. Woo. So we're trying to work through how we can set up Windows 2.1 with a grayscale image driver, so that we can actually scan an image and display it on the computer. We have scanned a 1-bit black and white image and had that display, but not anything else. So, see image, edit. Nope. Hold on, was there VGA monochrome down here? EJ high res? No. Yeah, I don't think that'll work. Let me try something. Control X, sub, str, C, no, B, image, edit, boom. What do you mean invalid parameter? Okay. Setup. Talking on working on a 1980s budget, which means no more RAM. Honestly, it seems like the RAM isn't even a problem at this point. The Cheatster, there literally isn't an ISA version of this card. That does not exist. Just straight up. It's in B. Why? B. Is the image edit archived? It didn't come with the scanner. Yeah, I found it on the internet. It's on some, like, French forum. Good luck. Ben, if you want to link it to him or something, go for it. Hold on. B. Der is right there. VG angry. It didn't work. It's still mad. Wait a minute. Can I put that driver file somewhere in the Windows setup? Like, can I put it in this folder with all the other stuff and it'll just find it? Or does it need to know? Janko, yeah. It's missing setup.inf for the driver. Probably needs INFs. You mentioned the AT&T monochrome thing. So that wouldn't work. The AT&T 6300 is higher resolution. The display adapter in this won't be able to do that. Okay, well, if it's missing the INF file, then I think we're screwed. Could swap another drive file for it, but the problem is none of the other ones are grayscale as far as I can tell. So we got VGA, CGA, EGA, high res, AT&T, Olivetti, monochrome, or PVC. I don't know what the PVC is, but it's not going to be that. It's not going to be any of those. It's not going to be a Hercules high res monochrome because that's sub VGA. It's not going to be any of that. Other. Okay, crazy thought. Is there an IBM driver disk for this monitor specifically? Like, do we need to go search for that instead? Maybe that's on that Ardent Tools of Capitalism page. Let's go look. Let's go look. At the very least, it lets me have a moment sitting in a chair with a back. And I can have a moment where I'm not staring at a stupid PS2 that's making me want to tear my hair out. When you select Other, a different VGA option shows at the bottom of the subsequent screen. Other. When I push Other, it asks me to insert the disk. That's what it does. Well, that's curious. Okay, I can confirm what it looks like when it works. Okay, this is not correct. Don't get your hopes up here.
Subscribe with Prime.
So,
subscribed for 44 months.
Let me run through this again. I'll just show you exactly what happened. So, VGA.
End of line.
Kurt1443, thank you for the Prime sub and for 44 months. I appreciate that. If you go to Other, and I don't change it from A, it reads the Windows 2 setup directory and it finds those. So that's what it should look like when it finds drivers. But it doesn't find any drivers elsewise. Anyway, this is the font. That's what it's talking about. If we go here, none of these are applicable to this particular monitor. Provide full path. I'm telling you, it knows where the file is. It doesn't like that file. That's what the problem is. It does not like whatever file image edit comes with. That's the problem. So we need to see if there is a Windows 2 driver for the IBM 8303 monochrome monitor or something along those lines. And it's not necessarily that the Windows 2 driver for that monitor is correct. It just might be close enough. I don't know. Official IBM utilities. Customizer customizes ref disks. No. Qconfig. No. PC info. No. Windows utilities drivers. Okay. I don't know what Spock is. It sounds like networking. NT, no. ASPI, no. Display versions of ASPI, no. Networking, no. SCSI, no. QMM, no. Something high mem, no. Rootkit revealer? Dude, who's getting rootkits on, like, PS2? Exploring things, IBM, PS2, 50, 80. That cheat chart, where are you seeing that adapter is supported on Linux with BSD? What is your source for that? Did you use a floppy image or zip archive? There's a non zip. Let's see, where was that? This. Okay, let me see this. So from 2009, 31, 19. Huh. So that doesn't necessarily mean there's any software that knows how to use that. Because again, this is not Twain. That might just be an identifier here that says this product from IBM is this. This might just be a string to match this. That's all that I'm seeing here. This code is derived from software contributed redistribution, MCA device and description flag table. Yeah, that's all this is. So if it's seeing a product ID, this is the string that identifies it. That's not necessarily a driver. So to give you an idea of here, if I go ls PCI, we see this, which is the PCIe path, and then we have a name that's associated with it. I think on these, the name is actually part of the PCIe spec, but that probably wasn't a thing for MCA. So here, they're defining a table so that they have matching descriptions for these IDs. So this just means that someone at some point encountered a 3119. It doesn't necessarily mean there's drivers for it. I highly doubt there are drivers, since this scanner would have been such old garbage literally 3 years later. No one would have bothered trying to make this thing work. It was useless. So yeah, there's almost no way that there's any modern software that supports this thing. Because keep in mind, it's not sending digital signals on the cable. It sends raw analog data from the CCD. Okay, so that's the disk image. 2 disks, interesting, okay. I did not use this. This might be the better option. Oh, I was an idiot and I didn't use the subdirectory. So what do these look like? So we have angry driver, but no thing. I don't know what these files are. These don't make a lot of sense to me. DRV, not in whatever this is. And install.bat is, again, completely worthless. It's literally just a error description table for the error codes that come out of the whatever I-20 is. The help file's enormous. DRV does not appear in it even once, though, so that's cool. CCD on a stick with a frame grabber crap. That's a good way of describing it, yeah. It's like it outputs video, and then it has a frame buffer. Yeah. Well, so Robo Twilight, there's 2 problems with that. One, I doubt that this software would be looking for it in that way. The software probably just directly hooks into the virtual I/O port in DOS for the display driver. And 2, it could be IBM EBDICT or whatever, encoded internally. So I would not necessarily assume that it's actually going to make sense. Yeah. I'm surprised the scandriver.sys file even shows up. So yeah, nothing about driver there. What's the other disc look like? Kind of weird that that one has the grayscale thing on it. So what is this going to be? Scanner drivers, that makes sense. There's install.bat here, but it also uses IE20. Use mainframe formatted files? Okay. Just generic search, IBM 8303. Monitor. Wait, is a monochrome monitor like really rare or something? Pentium 4? Hold on, let me double check I got the model number right. Back to Goodwill. They have a Philips Magnavox Web TV for $7. That's funny. I think I have exactly that one. This one, oh, it's an 8503, not an 8303. 8503. Okay, that makes more sense. So the other one would be an 8514. Dude, it's gonna be infuriating if I will need a color monitor to be able to display the grayscale stuff. No, I don't want the 8503. Why is this on Console Mods Wiki? This is their photo, a disheveled pile of garbage. Someone's Craigslist listing, compile all this junk. Oh my gosh. Wasn't DVD RAM kind of supported by a bunch of stuff, or is it one of the weird catty ones? So the original VGA black and white monitor, along with its premium color equivalent, 8513. Okay, what's the difference between the 13 and the 14? Will the drivers work for both? There's no 8513 driver here. Okay. Lucky Bob, if you're still here, I'm looking at your DMs now. Yeah, I think you might be onto something with that display driver, unfortunately. Oh, okay, so display adapter. Is this not built into the machine? Oh, God, okay. Memory card. Okay, so there's a dedicated driver in image edit for this video card for some reason. Dude, this software doesn't make any sense at all. A few boxes of the software, a little trash can with tissues. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. On that, hold on, I gotta know now. Wikipedia. Hold on, I want to know how the war has been going. Tandy 1000. Boo. 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 If you know, you know. Ah, there we go. I'll accept that compromise. That's fine. That's fine. You hate that stupid mascot? What stupid mascot? On the NetWare box? That's amazing. I love it.
Chlorocoon says cheer 100 when your computer is the keyboard. Of course the cat will lay on all
I
of
got
it.
an idea.
End of
The
line.
dumb Wikipedia mascot they introduced. Oh, I hadn't even realized. Okay. Yeah. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, so I want to do cite this 8503. Okay, we got a manual. Actually, that could be helpful. Okay. $8503 is supported by 2 optional expansion cards, raises the addressability. System something or another. 8514 creates. Hold on. What is this card? An increases the functions on an IBM Personal System 2, 60, or 80. When combined with the optional memory expansion kit, offers the ability of displaying up to 64 shades of gray at one time. What bit depth is the video card on there right now? There's no information here. Who wrote that? What do you mean, who wrote that? This page? Let's see, who can we blame here? I don't know. It's not looking very good. I think we need someone to come in here and fix this page to describe how many colors this thing can output. So it's literally one of the first computers to use VGA. I think it's fair to describe it on there. Some lucky, it's appearing that that is the case. As far as I understand, that scanner outputs 128 grayscale levels for the image. It did not occur to me that the VGA output on that computer was basically EGA if EGA sucked. So that could explain why it is having a bad time over there. Well, Helen Croft, I think we've determined somewhere that the scanner itself actually outputs 128 bits, or maybe the card does or something, I don't know. Yeah, but Poot, I think maybe, I'm pretty sure, based on the fact that the software supports the 8514, which is a specific display adapter. This. This is a higher bit depth display adapter for the computer. And the fact that this software supports that makes me think that that is needed. I did not realize this. Poot, the monitor supports an unlimited number of levels of gray because it's analog. That's the benefit to VGA. Click the camera icons. What camera icon? On this page? Because there's no images. I don't know what you're talking about, Hellencroft. We were trying different viewer software. So, Danberg, the ultimate goal was to actually be able to scan and view all in image edit, because the image edit program is made by IBM, supports the scanner, and should be able to display the image. It was kind of the like cohesive package of like, this is what you would get for doing this. So yeah, it appears that the page scan software is exclusively for scan TIFF, print TIFF, like just bad page duplication. So you're saying, okay, that's what it is. They don't like paying their web server much. I was going to VJ Museum. I think VJ Museum's down. Okay. Yeah, they're all 100% analog, yeah. So that's why that's why the display adapter has to do all the magic. Yeah, I know. Majenko, I think Lucky Bob might have one that I could use. I'm a little concerned about that RAM thing, but maybe it doesn't matter, but I don't know. Here's the other problem, okay? If that's required, that computer then has 2 of its 3 slots basically permanently filled. Because we have disk emulator and then non-garbage display adapter. And then I got 1 slot for the scanner card. And then if I decide I want to use the GPIB card, I got to take out the scanner card. Which, I mean, isn't the worst thing, but... Matt, this is literally first generation VGA. It just straight up doesn't have the capability. It puts the F card in the HDD riser card slot. What? Can't your scanner computer only be for scanning? I really don't think, as much as I want to say that is the case, I don't think that's the case. Honestly, I think it'd be better to, like, have it with the GPIB adapter, but I want the scanner up and running. I doubt that there is an ESDI to compact flash card adapter, because it seems like there's like 3 different kinds of ESDI hard drives anyway. The HDD riser is also normal MCA slot. Oh, that's horrible. I love it. What? That sounds disgusting. I gotta see this. You're telling me if I turn that computer off and yoink? Wait, how is that even gonna work though? I don't think that's possible. No. We can't do that, Helen Croft. That's not gonna work. So the hard disk riser is the exact same as the floppy disk one. So I can't lose the floppy drive without also losing the hard drive. Additionally, I really think it's not MCA, because it's not like there's anything active on here. So I'm pretty sure that that's not. It might be different on different machines, but yeah, I don't think that applies to this one. Unfortunately, because oh my gosh, I'd be all about that. Because this is ISA card edge connector. This is not the same as the MCA card edge connector. This is very, very different. Yeah, it makes, see, that's where the stupid PS2-ness comes into play, because this is a different thing entirely, even though they're both like basically the same computer. Yeah, I don't think that one might be MCA internally, but it's not MCA in that way. That's for sure. Stupid IBM. Exactly. I definitely think that is the moral of the story here. So then, the problem isn't the monitor, the problem is the display adapter. It's that the internal video card sucks. That's what the problem is. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well, Ben, kind of. The scanner software, I mean, I think we could run it in DOS. I guess what we could do for the rest of the stream is we could go run the DOS version of the software, and we can see what we can actually get out of that. Ditch the IDE card, get a SCSI card, then cook up SCSI scanner. SCSI. Ben, what do you think the difference between this file and this file is? Do you think that this works on the internal video card? Because that's kind of what I'm hung up on right now. Is that the internal video card sucks, apparently. And no matter what, it's going to be terrible. And we have 36 minutes left. There is no way we are reinstalling Windows. Also, I don't remember, did it? Let me look at this. IBM PS, IBM 8514 Windows 2 driver. Majenko, I get what you're saying, but that's 1/4 of what I believe the scanner outputs. When there's no reason that it shouldn't be capable of displaying it. They had to ship a patch driver to do it, yeah. You would hope it would. I mean, I assume it would, but it's going to look terrible. Is what I'm kind of getting to. I'm not saying it's got to look fantastic on that computer, but I think there's a path forward that we need to take that involves one of these. So. Hold on a moment. Okay. Just confirming.
Subscribed at tier 1.
Scanner review.
Subscribed for 15
IBM
months.
3119. It's 120.
Line.
So that is what it is. John Lego, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 15 months. I really appreciate that. No, I know that the manual needs scanning still. That was going to happen next weekend while after I finished editing the first video and started for working on editing the other one. I was just going to lump that in, but we'll see. But yeah, it's 128 gray levels is what this actually sends. So that is what it is. Okay. All right, let's go run the DOS software. Let's see what we get out of that. Because I think that's going to be as good as it gets for right now. Yeah, that's what I'm getting to, Digital Ice Age. It really seems like the software is designed for an 8514. That's what I think I need. Okay. CD GS. Is it just GS? I believe it's just GS. Okay. So this is the DOS scanning utility for this hardware. However, based on all of the by the way, I'm going to do a small little recording thing here that kind of explains some of what we just went over. All right, after a bunch of reading, it seems like the video output on this computer by default over VGA is extremely limited, and that Windows and the image edit software is not going to be very happy with it. So I'm going to have to look to potentially getting more MCA hardware for this stupid machine in order to truly demonstrate this thing. But for the moment, I can run the DOS software, but I'm not exactly sure what it can do. So let's try and scan something with this and then see what we can actually view with this, because I'm really not sure. Okay, so we're gonna scan. I need to find something that's got some gray to it, because I got a wall of boxes here. So let's scan, save. So I'm gonna grab a big box. Let's grab it very specifically says don't use color, but we're going to use the Sonic Adventure Japanese box. So let's do this. Okay, so there is a 1-bit image. So we can see we can do 128 levels of gray. So I do want to do that. Can we click select? We can do a partial area. I don't know how we select a partial area, but you know what? It's kind of fine because I think we want to view the whole thing. So let's go ahead and attempt a final image scan of the whole thing. I don't know. Yeah, it won't. I can't get it to fold the thing over. So let's do a final scan at 300 DPI, 128 levels of grayscale. No final scan to image. Final. Here we go. Specify rectangle. Perfect. That's what I want. Okay, so we're going to do... we click point and point. Perfect. Just that. Okay. So now we're going to do the full scan at 128 grayscale levels. Here we go. Oh my God. I wasn't expecting it to draw to the screen as it goes. Oh, I was hoping it would wrap up. Oh, do like a tilt. That would have been awesome. This is excellent. So you see all that weird banding? That kind of stuff will be reduced when we can look at it in 64 levels of grayscale. Oh, and Weekend Warrior, we're not done with the Windows part, because you'll understand the problem here in a moment. Unless the software's awesome. All right, there we go. And that is the full scan. We do need to save it still, I think. I love that it recenters the platter. Oh my gosh. Okay, save. File name, new. Enter file name. Sonic start. Sonic created. Okay, I guess that's it. So now we can go to no final image scan. Yeah, so Sonic, no final image, no final scanned image. What are you talking about? Okay, we're gonna return and just hope that that worked correctly, because I'm not 100% sure. File view, Sonic, view start. Okay, so we pick a section, like let's look at his face. So there we go. That's... I'm sorry, just on the monitor itself, it's so funny looking at this, just sees Sonic staring at you like that. But I'm not sure we can do, yeah, so we can't pan the image. That's the problem. So this software is limited in what we can do here. So we can pick an area to view, but we cannot pan the image. Yeah, we're extremely limited in how we can view this. Yeah, so we pick Sonic. And now it won't even let me do it. View start, yeah. So that's basically it. Arrow keys? Arrow keys do work. It looks like we skip around by block though. So we can't scale it. We cannot view the full thing all at once. We are limited to just what we can see by moving around. Unless the num keys do something. No, it just treats them as arrow keys. So yeah. How do the images look on the modern computer? How good is the scan? I mean, I guess we can find out. I can shut it off and can pull it out. I'm gonna guess it looks pretty good, actually. So terrible. I love it. I know. I knew the software was going to be like this, and that's why I've been trying so hard to get Windows working. Plus, minus? Nope, they don't do squat. Can you open the file you created in Windows? No, that's the whole problem. Is that the only software I have, when I know I could find other software, the only software I have won't work because Windows starts up in color, not grayscale. Actually, any software I have probably will have the exact same issue. I'm going to have to figure out how to do palette grayscale hacks. But I think it would make sense to use the IBM software to do 8514 color grayscale hacks with the IBM scanner on the IBM computer. So I just, yeah. Oh man, it is cool though. Okay, let's shut it down. Let's take a look at the image on a real computer. It can't possibly open up something that big in that amount of RAM though. Yes, it can. It just like pixel skips, filling in the frame buffer by just, you know, like read 1 pixel, skip 10, read 1 pixel, skip 10. That's how you do scaling like that. I'm going to turn off the scanner because I am pretty sure we are done with it for today. Copy VGA on VGA driver and have it work. I think Ben was saying something to the effect of the driver gets baked directly into a Windows binary. So just trying to swap it out like that won't do anything. Isn't that effectively what we did with this preview? No, so that preview was viewing 1 pixel in to 1 pixel in the frame buffer. We can't scale it. The only way I can scale it is by rescanning it at a lower DPI. So we can grab the image now, and from here we will be able to actually view it. So there it is. My gosh, that's actually fantastic. Oh my gosh, that's so good. For not supposed to being able to do color, that handled that beautifully. Oh my god, we gotta be able to view them on a real image viewer on that machine. Come on. It's so good. I'm actually mad at how good it is, because I can't view these on it. It's not half-toned, it's dithered. Because it's only 128 bits grayscale. Be required to archive the manual of the scanner? It would do fine. The manual is monochrome. Wouldn't have any issues with it. It would suck, but it would be possible. Okay, hold on. Image, mode, grayscale. Okay. Grayscale, 8-bit gamma integer. So yeah, it's just straight up to 128-bit grayscale. Yeah. Yeah. I know, I misspoke. What about the other pictures? This is the only real thing I scanned. The other thing I did in 1-bit black and white, because I knew that would display in Windows. This is so good. Like, think of how bad this could have been. Like, there's a little bit of bright crushing here. But dang, that is awesome. So that's a little hard to read. Okay, let me rephrase that. That's a little hard to distinguish the character in the foreground from the shoe in the background, as I cannot read Japanese. Yeah, we got to be able to pan and view on there. Ah, this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck a lot. No, we cannot scan grayscale in. Oh, maybe I did. Actually, it wasn't a. The other one would be this, which it's not really grayscale. Again, because, yeah, that's it. That's the other one. Meh. Time to try OS 2. I don't actually hate OS 2. I was not willing to go off of the beaten path to make the software work. Turns out the software sucks. I think what I've gathered from the page scanner software for Windows is that it's useless garbage. We need IBM Image Edit working. I don't know how to set up Image Edit with a scanner, but we can probably use page scan to scan and then edit the image in Image Edit. So I don't think there are any drivers for that scanner at all. There's just programs that know how to access that card. Image Edit supposedly can access the card, and Page Scanner's own software obviously can access it. I'm going to stop all the recordings. Hold on. I'm genuinely actually kind of irritated how good that image looks because we can't see it on the computer itself. No matter what, we're not going to get 128 levels of gray, but 64 would be close enough. Hellencroft, it doesn't solve it for me. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. I'm sure it's a fine program. That's not the direction I want to go. Yeah, I think Sanity, you might actually be onto something. I don't know. The benefit to trying to run OS2 is that it might do the grayscale stuff better. I don't know. Do I need to go outside, Deziak? Gosh. Culminated, actually, no, I couldn't. The scanner is not sensitive to some colors, according to the manual. All right, let's see this. You know what? Actually, I do love it. It doesn't go up in the stream room. It goes up in the front room. It is classy. It's doctor's office classy. Yeah, I do actually like it. Kind of a lot. It smells like cigarettes. Okay. Yeah, this is sweet. You're bad. No, that's the appropriate smell for it, actually. That's what it should smell like. It even works. Okay, yeah, I love that. There we go. That'll be... Oh, it died. It used to work. Oh, the cable's bad. That's sweet.
Tier 100. It was at this point that Shelby started to regret letting the CX know where he lurked.
That's not horrifying at all. Yeah, but the front room of the office, oh, that's good to know that the corner is chipped and it's very glass shrapnel over there. Okay. Anyway, the front room in the office is all 80s themed. That is beautiful. That goes up there so well. Oh my gosh. Only minor electric shock hazard? Yeah.
Dogface McDodger says Tier 100 Don. Let the CX
looks more Chinese restaurant than the doctor's office.
Glorified UPS man.
End of line.
Manchego, thank you for the 100 bits. Dog Ghostface, thank you for the 100 bits too. All right. We'll regroup on this when I have some. This is your viewer mail. Yeah. We'll regroup on the PS2 scanner when something changes with how Windows can display images. Because I want it to display images in Windows. I don't think there's any reason to run Windows 2 on OS 2. I think there's a reasonable chance that the image edit software could run on OS 2. I don't know if it says OS 2 anywhere in it. But I also... Throw a Super VGA card? No. There's only one video card I would entertain. It's the 8514. I'm a little concerned of why it's here, though. I wish we could find more, dumb question. eBay. IBM image edit. Okay, there's none listed on eBay. Dude, someone paid $157 for Flight Sim? Good grief. Poot, that actually kind of seems reasonable, but it might be easy enough to just swap out the bulbs. Let's look a little more generically for IBM Image Edit. Okay, there is zero. Yeah, that's too generic of a name. Man, that's gonna be a pain. Brand new old stock, only $400. I mean, that's no. Oh, that broadband, that is a combination that is so not going to happen. A third-party driver for an external program, yeah, that's not going to happen. You think that's going to be it, or Digitalized Age? No, maybe that is the full name. Let me search that on eBay. Nope. Why would I get a 386 processor upgrade? Full name image edit doesn't bring up anything either. All right. At least 3.2 needs 3.5 disk image. Ben, you're supposed to use PC-DOS 7.0, clearly. How else are you going to get E on there? DOS isn't complete without the E editor now. VGA Angry driver is the correct driver, it seems. The installer program copies over to your hard drive, then refers to a section of the user manual for how to reinstall. Ooh. But how? We don't have that INF file. It doesn't find it. Did you? So I presume you set it up in an emulator, right? If you try pointing it at a directory with that file in it, does it find anything? Decoded, we're literally running Windows 2 on PC DOS on real hardware over there. I'm not crazy about being limited to the, I haven't tried it, I was just looking at the strings of the installer. Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I require being able to view the image in Windows on that computer. I don't know, I might be setting the requirements to be too strict. I would really like to figure out how to scan with image edit, because I think it would just be sweet. Let me explain this part. It's really easy to cobble together a bunch of random software now to do things on old computers. But that's not what you would have done then, because you would have bought the scanner and it would have come with software and you would have used that software with it. Now, I'm not saying it would have come with IBM's image edit, although it probably was listed in the catalog next to it and it would have been an intended use case. But you would have had the IBM software. And that's kind of what I'm trying to demonstrate here, because the whole point is that it is the IBM scanner with the MCA card that only works on the PS2, and it's the whole IBM ecosystem. So just going and then using whatever random programs to try and view the images on the machine and not do it through Windows, which is what the manual says that it's compatible with. It's all just getting farther away from what it was intended to do, and just viewing the image on a modern computer after scanning it with the DOS driver feels about as accurate as anything else to me. So running that IE20 application on Windows, we essentially did do that. We ran the display.bat file, which runs the same thing, and I forget exactly what it said, but it didn't work on there either. When you're supposed to make copy Windows install disk and replace VGA driver on that disk with their driver? Maybe. Yeah, I think what Helen Croft's saying. I'm going to look at the potential for an 8514. I don't know. What about that RAM card? Memory card, memory enable, disable. I don't want high res. I don't want interlaced. 1.5 megabyte of memory. We'll run 256 colors. Obviously run third party. Or anything else except VGA 8514, 98, blah, 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 blah. Only 16 colors. And memory expansion installed. VGA machine with onboard VGA. When I connect the monitor, onboard VGA, 640-16, okay. With 256 display memory. If I connect to the monitor, again, only get 1 meg memory, which give me at least 256. I don't know about the memory expansion. It's not generate VGA. It does not generate, and that, wait, what? Is that not a VGA output? High voltage, blah, blah, blah. Just focus? The back of the flyback of the transformer. Oh, gosh. Okay. Yeah, alright. It has nothing to do with the RAM. I'm telling you that. Works fine on a small hard drive. Okay. Doesn't appear to make any difference. It's still see color. It's got to be the 8514 because there's drivers specifically for it in the software. Well, look, don't worry about it. Just don't worry. We'll see. All right. It's time to call the stream. We gotta wrap it up. It's, who would have guessed? PS2 stuff sucks and is a pain in the butt and makes life hard and doesn't work well. Fun. Well, all right. Yeah, I will figure out what we're gonna do next. I don't know. So, to be determined. We will come back to this at some point because I want to finish up the video and I want to make that thing work and I want to make it work well on that computer. So we'll see what solutions I can come up with. I do think setting it all back up again with the card provisioned in quarters or halves to get 32 or 64 megs per partition is a thing. Yeah. Maverick Wolf, on the RAM stuff, apparently the timing of the RAM matters so much to this stupid computer that you can't even use memory that doesn't have the same nanosecond rating. So, I'm not gonna try something weird like adapters. So, yeah. But alright, we'll come back to this. If you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's going to be it for now, until I figure out exactly what we're going to do, although there'll probably be something else. We'll probably, like, actually, next Friday, I got a clock that I think I just need to lubricate a motor on to make it work, and it's a pretty darn sweet clock, and I kind of want to do that. So next Friday, we're probably going to work on a clock made by Sony. And on that, I will see you next time.